Boom. Hey, folks, how are we doing? It's been a day. Um, it's been exciting. Um, so, um, we're starting late today. Why are we starting late today? You might be saying. You're saying, like, Runkle, you are usually on time. You are usually punctual. What the heck? Well, as it turns out, at the usual start time, I was still in my car driving because I have been driving for 7 hours out of today. Um, that said, I did get to hear the trial because I was playing it on my car speakers as we were going. So I did get to hear the trial, but I didn't get to make timestamps. But that's okay because you know what the timestamps would have looked like? They would have looked like all the thing because today was more Proctor cross-examination, and holy crap. Yesterday I posted a meme of like marked safe from being held in contempt for defending my client. Today, if I wasn't driving all day, I would have posted a meme of marked safe from being cross-examined by Jackson because Jackson's cross was spicy, and Jackson's cross did some real damage, I think, to to Proctor. If I was Proctor, I would not be feeling great about how today went. I'm sure Proctor's going to be fine. If you're worried about like what's going to happen to poor Proctor, is he going to be okay? Are things going to be fine for Mr. Proctor? Yeah, he's going to be fine. He's got a lengthy career ahead of him right up until he decides to retire. He's not going to get any punishment. We did hear that he got yelled at a little bit. Aw, Muffin. But yeah, he's not going to face any real consequences. So yeah, that's really what it comes down to. It's this may make me a horrible person, but nope, I'm not at all worried about Proctor. That doesn't make you a horrible person because I'm not super worried about Proctor either. I think Proctor deserves what was coming to him. Thus always to lying cops and to bad cops. So okay. Yeah, some people were asking what was I doing today. I was not really the primary lawyer on today. Today was what is it? Today was not a me day. It was a day where I had sort of set things up, but another lawyer who I was kind of the guy who got to spike the football on this one, and I was just there to watch the damage. So it was a good day because my client did real well today. So all right, let us jump in here. I can't give you too many details yet. I might be able to give you more details later. So let us jump right in. We're going to start off. I'm debating. You know what? We're going to leave Tully for next time. We're going to leave Tully for the next time. We're just going to talk about Proctor. There's so much Proctor today and so much of it we want to talk about. So we're going to talk about Proctor and that's it. We're not going to get to Tully because otherwise we'll be here until I die of exhaustion. And yes, the other thing I will mention is we're doing this. Well, it means that we're going to hear the C word. We're going to hear the C word a few times, I think. I am sorry if you don't appreciate that word because Jackson appreciates that word when it's coming from that dude. And that dude seems to like the word a whole lot when he's describing, suspects in a criminal investigation. So, let's dive right in. But this stream will not be monetizable later. Normally I turn the monetization on later and go from there, but that's just not going to happen today because the word is just not when you've heard the bird is the word, well, this word is demonetization. So all right, let's go. And I see a lot of people saying I don't mind the C word as much as I mind the R word. YouTube minds the C word more than they mind the R word, but yes. And Vez from Quebec, balancing my super chat spending for 1, Scotch with Ian in Quebec, 2, bidding on extra life stuff, and 3, showing my appreciation. I really hope the Quebec thing becomes possible. So let's dive right in.
As a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with bait stamps inclusive of 02680 to 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see a sidebar on this?
All right, we don't need the sidebars. Why are we on sidebars? I tried to get a nap in. Zara was like, I missed you all day. I want to snuggle. And so she snuggled very, very aggressively. And I was like, all right. I was like, yeah, all right. I guess I'm not getting sleep then. I guess she was just like, yep, we are snuggling. And I'm like, fine, no sleep, but yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS.
Oh, and somebody says, is it too loud? Let's turn it down then. We'll go to 224. There we go.
Messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
Thank you, Marcia.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
I was, yes, on STS, they're blanking.
Your Honor, may I stand at counsel table?
Yeah, sure.
We're also going to do this at 1.5. I'm sorry for the people who don't like 1.5 speed, but we got a lot of cross to get through. So if we don't speed things up a little bit, we're going to be here for a while. All right.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Bird, Whitey, and Doc. This is starting to sound like a criminal organization where you've got like people who with their street names like Spider or like, if you're watching, if you watched the Biden stuff, he apparently had a dealer whose name was Bicycles. So,
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you can turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So he's Chip. We're also going to learn that he is also Bear. And so he's Chip, he's Bear. This guy's got some interesting nicknames, and I'm just like, oh, okay. I guess that's a thing. We'll just go with that.
You were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 hours, not a few hours. It's 16 hours. Had they finished actually doing like next of kin notification at this point? You know, when he's telling these names to his buddies? Oh, somebody's saying move the closed captioning. I will try to move the closed captioning a bit. Have they even finished doing like notifying next of kin?
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
What? I will tell you, when I heard this, I was driving. And I heard this on replay. And like I was late because I got started driving, and that was an answer I did not expect at all.
I wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
Now that pause you hear is actually Jackson having to do, like, you can hear Jackson pause in his cross-examination. And what I think is going on there is that basically he was not expecting that answer. He had to do a little bit of a mental gear change because he's all set to hit the other answer. And then he's like, oh, you just admitted the thing. Like, oh, okay. All right.
Implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually.
And that's the beginning of the day.
You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
You're like, this is again a situation where they've got the brain worms because, yeah, it's pretty obvious that, like, no, it's very obvious what that was about. And he's like, I don't know. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of times where he's just like, I don't know what my text meant. It could have meant anything except the obvious meaning of it. It's, yeah.
Maybe
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner is a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer.
So you see what he's trying to claim here? He is trying to claim, hey, these two things are completely unrelated. There is no connection between the two things. It's just one thing happened, and then another thing happens, and, you know, he just decides to mention that he's a cop, and there's absolutely no reason for it whatsoever, which is, it's a thing. I'm just going to say, if you find this plausible, if you found that argument super credible, super, you know, you may have a future in like a care facility, because like that, I think, is like early onset dementia. If you find that to be credible, that actually that's just not fair to people with actual dementia who probably are smarter than this particular cop thinks we are. You know, oh yeah, no, I don't think those things had any connection. F off, Proctor.
You said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner is a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop.
And that's why he's not going to get any shit, correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because he and Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this.
But yeah, that wasn't the context, right? He's gonna get, like, it was very clear that, like, I'm sorry, that was very much him saying he's not gonna get some shit. He's a Boston cop. This notion that he's trying to sell us, I don't buy it for a second. And I honestly, I commend him in the sense that it's ballsy, but you know, ballsy isn't necessarily a good thing. 16
hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and to the members of my unit.
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 recipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3.
So, you know, he's like, investigation complete. I know it's not going to point to a cop because I've talked to nobody. Yeah.
Were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And one of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write,
That's not what I meant by that. And I'm going, yeah, it is. And, you know, I would have at least a little more regard for you, like some regard, if you were willing to actually own up to it. But you're not, because you suck. Now, you're probably watching this, and you're probably thinking what I was thinking, which is that this cop is lying his butt off. Right? That's what I get from this. And you might be saying, wait a minute, if this cop is lying his butt off on the stand, which I think is what a lot of people were concluding after today. It's what it's the opinion I formed. Then there's a problem, right? Why is that not being why are there no consequences? And unfortunately, this kind of stuff is all too common. It's just all too common. Yeah. $146,000 a year for this guy, plus pension and benefits. He's making bank. Not a lot of people making $146,000 a year. And yeah, this guy is doing all right. So at least financially, a lot of people not making that much. I can tell you for a bunch of my legal career, I haven't made that much because, I'm over that now, but that's because I'm working 2 jobs, not 1 job, 2 jobs. So, yep.
The homeowner must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back,
Elf
quote,
lawyer.
she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
So the reason why that's objected to is because there's like 17 parts to that question. Oh, did somebody get removed from the jury today? I did not know that. But yeah, I pulled up this super chat saying, thanks for all you do, Runkle. My husband saw you on screen. He said he's a lawyer. He looks like he's from Lord of the Rings. I just laughed. So Corey Cass has just tuned in. Have I missed much? Not a whole lot. We're just getting started. So
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
it's tastier.
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, no. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Dick Poot.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case
No.
nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the 1 shoot discovered at the scene, the 1 shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for information. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Now, he's going to go through that list of things, right? The list of things he's going to go through over and over and over again. And it's going to be like the same every time. And it sounds really practiced. There's a bunch of things that sound really, really practiced because, he's going to go through and he's going to say, the list of evidence that was there. He's going to, he also goes through that sort of speech about that was regrettable and unprofessional and juvenile, but it doesn't affect the integrity of the investigation. I stand by my fellow officers. Like, he does that speech like 17 times today, and it's always the same speech. And it's like, dude, nobody has to practice honesty that much. Yeah. So, and apparently the jury was asked to be removed from the jury due to personal reasons from kids. Fair, and probably also because this trial is going on for forever. Kurt in the chat saying, no, don't watch this. Save yourself from the stupid. People came to see the stupid, and the stupid is commenting on the stream. So
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes or
No,
no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want to.
no, he's not going to answer the question. He's going to lots of words the question. Lots of words are going to come out of his mouth for the question, but that's not the same thing as answering the question. So those are different things.
Draw the question you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries, and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both
So
you
what was the answer to that? Like,
and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Cam.
I've got a I had a pimple, so it's causing an irk there. So yeah, it's just itching.
Paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose, is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
The objection there is that this guy's not a medical examiner. So that's about it. That's why that was being asked. But yeah.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
So he's Chip and Bear. Is it Chip the Bear? Is it Bear Chip? It's an interesting set of nicknames there.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes us.
I no longer choose the bear. That's awesome.
Have been at high speeds,
And
60 plus.
A person out to shoot, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall off right now, off the top of my head, as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated.
So he says he can't recall, right? He's going to try to use the I can't recall. And the other thing is there's a few times today when he just has this huge pause. And it doesn't sound so bad on 1.5. But when we take it down to normal speed.
Ever.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen.
Holy shit, you could boil an egg in that pause. um, yeah.
Have been at high speeds,
And
60
that's
plus,
a person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall off right now, top of my head, as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Wiley, you've seen a shoe missing.
Correct.
Pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Seems like it.
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
Sometimes he has this pause, and you could just hear in the back of your head, like the Windows rebooting sound. It's just like, blue screen of death, and then suddenly the reboot. Yeah.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote,
So at this stage, he doesn't know, like he's saying, I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if it's unintentional. That's a problem because she's charged with murder, right? And murder is one of those things that you kind of had to intend. If you didn't intend to run someone over, you're not gonna get a murder there, right?
what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, don't put in your text messages what things you won't be able to prove, because the jury might actually take you seriously about the things you can't prove, and they might agree that you have not proved those things. And yeah.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that
He
what you
said
meant?
that there was a bunch where they
I had
were
a narrative
hit
that you had developed,
by a car, but at higher
and you would
speed
pursue
than
it
this.
no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean
He said that he hadn't investigated a lot of low speed car collisions. He said that mostly he'd investigated like 60 plus. So, yeah.
by that? Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you're responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
And this is interesting because this appears to be the only thing that he doesn't tell all of his buddies, right? He tells his buddy all the other things. He tells them Karen Reed's name. He tells them every health condition she's ever experienced. Like, if she's ever had a headache, let alone the other, So that's an interesting detail to hold back when he's saying everything else, right? All the other things, and then not this one. So, okay, that's a choice.
Please so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Not yet, you didn't. Oof. He's got the receipts. He's got the receipts ready there.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts nah, cat.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton, correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, a moment.
Yes.
What did I say?
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
And yeah, this guy kept hold of his phone, which is an evidence. Was he chosen to fall on the sword? I just think he didn't think enough about it. I have no sympathy for him, by the way. I bet, by the way, that if we'd found, or if they'd gotten a bunch of those other phones, that it would have had similar shit to this. This guy, we get to find out about his stuff. The other ones, I think we don't get to find out about, but I don't think that they would have been that much different here. So, yeah.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write,
Love that
yeah,
question.
we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. What did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
I can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears, and he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Yeah, this should never be coming up in a this should never be coming up. I gotta say, like, if I have a colleague asking me, hey, is your client hot? That is not a question I'm answering. Like, that is a question I am just leaving out. And I had another lawyer at one point who, so I had a client who was incredibly attractive at one point, and I had another lawyer who texted me and is like, hey, who's that client? She's really, really something. And I did not respond because none ya business. Even though it's another lawyer, it's just like none ya business. So there's just ways you don't talk about people. I don't talk about police officers on the stand in my trials that way. I don't talk about witnesses that way. It's, you might be able to have eyes and be able to observe that somebody's attractive or whatever else, but you don't need to sit around and chat about it. And even more on that, you don't need to like sit around and talk crap about their health conditions and so forth. So, yeah.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have
That's
all
a little
accounts,
bit of shade.
did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
then some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from 2 people named McCabe and 1 named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response?
So, I mean, here, let's talk a little bit about being a lawyer. Because it can be rough sometimes when, when you're a lawyer and you might have to use words you don't like using. You might not want to drop the C word in court. You might not want to drop the hard R N word. Sometimes you gotta say it. Sometimes you just have to do it. And you have to kind of just get over it. You have to just kind of get over it because you got to do it. Now, I can say when you're using words that are a little less vile than this, it can be a lot of fun. Because normally court, you've got a whole lot of decorum. And so it can be a lot of fun when you get to say things like, and then you called him a fucking asshole, didn't you? That kind of thing, right? That's a little more fun. It's less cool when you're dropping something really racist or really sexist or whatever else, because you're like, I just feel dirty. You told the guy you were going to fuck him up and that you were going to shit down his neck. That is, that's less bad than like the thing some sort of, skinhead might say or whatever else. But you gotta get used to it. You gotta get over it. And you can't shy away from it. So, I mean, Jackson is enjoying the fact that this guy's on the ropes, right? That he is that this guy's having a bad day. And that helps you get over a lot of that stuff, because when you've got a bad cop, when you've got a horrible cop, and you get to dunk on them, and just really dunk on them, that's fun. Jackson here is getting to dunk on this cop. And yeah. So a little bit of, about lawyering. And I have had to tell some junior lawyers, I had to learn it myself. It's like, you just got to use the words. As an example, I was cross-examining a witness at one point, and I said, and then you called him the N-word, right? And the witness says, no, I didn't. And I went, why is he saying, no, I didn't? We have him on tape dropping the hard R N-word. And I was like, you didn't call him the N-word? And he said, no, I didn't call him the N-word. I called him. And then he just drops it. And I was like, oh, right. The witness is correct. You do have to just say it. So, yeah. Somebody's saying, do I agree with how Jackson handled the situation? Yes, he's handling it exactly how he has to. So, because otherwise the witness can weasel on that. You just got to throw it in his face.
Response to, she's hot at least. Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Misread.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
Now, as a Canadian, they all have an accent to me. And so when he's like, yeah, she's got a weird accent, I'm like, dude, get yourself a microphone and have a listen. Now, if she testifies, I'm going to be wondering, like, is what's her accent now? I don't know what her accent is. I know she's done interviews. I haven't watched the interviews because I'm not gonna unless they become evidence. But yeah.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in.
I can guarantee you they have commented like this about all sorts of other women too.
With a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says,
things they don't tell you about getting old. I have the hiccups. I am about a third of the way through a can of beer. The carbonation is giving me hiccups, and I'm going, okay, okay. EDB's chat saying it was an insult of class. Trooper and company look down on Fall River. Maybe. Have I ever seen a juror get up and leave? No. They would get tackled by the sheriffs. They can't just leave.
oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dry, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at KNPD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I'm going to make sure I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you?
Let's take this down to 1 times, because this is
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
damn. He's getting to just dunk on him, right? This is the part where he's just getting to slam this, slam Trooper Proctor. Not only is he getting to ask hard questions, but he's getting to just be like, he gets to be like the disappointed dad. Like, hey, like he's getting to moralize at the cop. You know how often defense lawyers get to moralize at cops? Not often. And you know how much he's going to enjoy this moment? All the enjoyment. Like he's just loving this. And good for him. I'm here
Then you sent
for
a
it.
picture, just to add to it, pile on. Of
I
Ms.
love
Reed
that for him.
being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now
Proctor may well single-handedly ensure Reed acquittal. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna suck. Runkle, in your experience, do you think jury people of high-profile long cases truly do not go home and Google and look anything up? No, I don't. I also don't believe in unicorns or leprechauns because, notwithstanding that I'm an elf, like there's just some things that are just too fantastic for this. So no, I don't believe that they don't end up seeing some of this stuff.
February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
That's
Who's
no
the
good.
chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write, E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
I would be like, who's Chief? And when he's like, a friend of mine, I'd be like, name, mother. Like, name. What is the name of this person? I didn't ask you what, if they were a friend of yours. I asked you who they were. What is their name? So, yeah, here we go.
As Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
I'm just going to say, live your life in a way that you never have to explain to a jury what a balloon knot is. Because you know how much fun that is? Tell the class, like this is like if you were passing notes in school and the teacher brings you up to the front of the class and is like, please read your note to the class. And yeah, it's like, explain balloon knot. Yeah.
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
You were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up.
If you have to answer, like if a police officer has to answer about their own texts with a heavy sigh and then an inability to directly answer it, like, you know, he's got to use the euphemisms, something has gone wrong. Like, I'm going to tell you, if I searched my texts for the number of times I've used the phrase balloon knot, it would probably be non-zero now that I think about it, but only in reference to this trial. You know, where it would be like, oh, right, I was discussing this, you know, this officer, but, yeah, I am just hoping, I'm just hoping that somebody on the jury is sitting there going, I've got a health condition, or I have a friend or a family member or whatever else who has a health condition. Because if so, they're really losing their mind right now.
Any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Man.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10?
Really? You're not aware of that? Did you just guess, like, did you just guess leaks poo out of nowhere? Like, you're like, that seems like a hell of a lucky guess if you're not aware that she's had medical issues with, you know, with that area. So, like, no, I wasn't aware of that. Like, come on. Come on. And this is one of the hard things about conducting a cross-examination like this, is that sometimes the witness answers something and you just want to say, oh, fuck off. Right? Like, so yeah, like, where'd you get the anus info, sir?
Surgeries in 18 months, several years prior. 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's
But you decided
because it's testimony, basically.
that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy. 1 second, sir. Sorry.
Clark trying to catch up.
I'm sorry.
No, that
You
was the
decided that you were going to take
objection.
another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Argument is the objection there.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
But wait, there's more, and it's just as god-awful as everything else.
Let's skip to 25.3.
I'm going to try to pull up super chats as we go, just so I
On
don't
the same
get so
day,
behind.
February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by
Andrew's
the name of
lovely.
Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote nothing, writing a warrant. Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video you sent.
0095 laughed.
Okay, I will just note here, sending a video of the 1980s band Warrant is actually, like, as humor goes, nothing wrong with that, right? Nothing wrong with sending a meme of a band. No problem with that. But I don't believe that he doesn't remember all the things he says he doesn't remember. Like, hey, jokesy memes about a band, that is fine. That is not Balloon Knot. That is not No Ass. That is not See You Next Tuesday. So, I mean, it's getting better. Maybe he's a learning bear. No, wait, that was his friend who sent that. So his friend has the better sense of humor there. So, yeah. It has been a really poop day. Thanks, Runkle. It's been a day. I don't know if I mentioned I had to put air in my tire on the side of the road as I was trying to get here because I'm driving along and my car gives me a low air warning. So I had a little compressor which was able to put air in it, but I almost had some trouble there. Yeah, not gonna lie, I was waiting for the 5th. Shame they wouldn't have put him up on the stand. Lolly wouldn't have called him and had him take the 5th. And if he was going to take the 5th, he wouldn't have been getting up on the stand until defense called him. So when we saw that Lolly was calling Proctor, I knew he was not. I knew he wasn't taking the 5th. What? No CAA? No. I didn't need it. I just put air in the tire. So, yeah.
And then wrote, wait, why does her asshole leak? Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it sidebar. Take that down, please.
So that objection is probably, I guess for the proof of the truth of its contents. I don't know. Nikki Crayons, look at my new puppy. Look at her. Okay, thanks. That is a very cute puppy. Paladin Phil, spicy stream from the beginning. Nice. They dropped the C word. That's it. Melissa 18 or 816, thank you so much for the membership there. Ella, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Jack Druger, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Petty honest throwaway. Just learned on Replay Crew that ponytailed male lawyers make great lawyers. Anyone else know where I'm going with that? You want me to wear a ponytail? I guess I could do it.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was...
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
To celebrate the completion of Sidebar, we're going back to Sidebar. Do you think Proctor will be part of the Brady list? I don't think so. He should be, but I don't think he will. All the Happy Squirrels says, for the demonetization fund, thanks for sharing the spice, Runkle. Please give Potter and Zora extra snuggles and treats. Potter didn't want anything to do with me when I got home because Potter was having a good sleep. He was actually annoyed that I turned the lights on because he was like, I'm sleeping, sir. And so, yeah, Potter was just like, yeah. Sarah, I am sorry. I said it's not fair to to dementia. So yeah. So yeah, Potter was not interested. Zora, on the other hand,
Proctor,
like,
without getting to the specifics
no
of the words
sleep,
used
snuggles.
in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
We'll get to that one.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead.
I love this. So they get off Sidebar. It's clear that he's told the judge what he's going to ask, and the judge is like, "No, why are you not doing the thing you said you'd do?"
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
I'm just going to say, I almost wanted to pull over when this part came on because I just wanted to like pump my fist in the air. That said, I then thought Jackson may have mishandled it a little bit. Let's talk about that.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Dude, Jackson. I actually thought the doing the right thing when no one's looking answer was a really, really good answer. I love that answer. I'm like, oh, did you do the right thing when no one was looking? Or did you do these texts? I would have leaned so hard into the doing the right thing when no one's looking. And the problem is the mistake he makes, and I'm criticizing, right? Because that's my job here, but I'm not saying it's a bad cross. I'm just saying I thought this part could have done better. He got too into his own script. So when the witness gave him a freebie, like when the witness just gave up the puck, if you allow me to do a sports ball metaphor, he missed it because he was focused on where he wanted to go. And so he was stuck on the script in his head, which was a good script. It was a good script in his head, but he was offered the opportunity for an even better script. And sometimes lawyering is about changing gears in a hurry. So I thought that could have been done better. That's kind of a minor point here, but I just, when I heard it, I was like, oh, hit him with the thing he just gave you. Like he just handed you a bat, hit him with the bat. It's like Jackson's coming in there and he's going to throw punches, right? So, and then the other guy just hands him a bat and he's like, I'm here to throw punches, throws the bat over his shoulder and gets back to punching. And I'm like, use the bat. He gave you a whole bat. Clock him.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Sir, they're not different things. They're not like, they're not an entirely different universe. The stuff you're texting is within your investigation. That's part of your investigation. So, yeah.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text objection.
Sustained.
He almost got that question in. That question was objectionable. That's a question for the jury. It was objectionable, but he almost got it in before Lolly objected. Lolly was slow on the draw on that one. Now there's another moment where Jackson is way slow on the draw on the objection. Tough Cookie, thank you for the money for the jacket repair. I don't think the jacket is repairable, unfortunately. That said, I have reached out to, so that was a tailored suit. I don't own a lot of really nice suits. That was one of them. And when I say a really nice suit, I think I spent $2,000 on it, or $1,500 or $2,000. It's not like a $20,000 suit or anything like that. But it was a nice suit. I really like the suit. sadly, that suit jacket is almost certainly dead, but I did send a message off to the people who made it, and I was like, remember that suit you made? Unfortunately, they have discontinued that fabric. They don't carry it anymore. But he is doing a search, and he is seeing if they have any of that fabric left to make me a new one. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. 2,000 on a suit is eyeball. It is and it isn't. They're kind of a tool of the trade, right? When you're a lawyer, and you got to have a suit that hangs nice, that fits nice, all of that. And they're a work tool, basically. I don't buy a lot of them. I buy a suit every like 4 or 5 whatever years. It's a nice suit. So,
Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
that also was objectionable.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
I wear boots.
In fact, a couple of months ago, in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024 that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now,
I should have been a lawyer. Now, you might be thinking, oh, Runkle's rolling in cash if he's able to buy a $2,000 suit. I can tell you, when I bought this suit, which was some years ago, it hurt. That expense hurt. That was a big spend for me. And I kind of dug deep into that, and but yeah, I go to court and there's people who have suits that are worth more than my car. And I think I'm being fairly reasonable on that. So yeah. All right, let's keep going here because this gets ridiculous.
Cabes.
that wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024 that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know what makes it easy to remember how you testified? You just tell the truth. Like, if you just tell the truth, then it's easy to remember how you testified because you just tell the truth again, right? You can tell the truth as many times as you need to. It's super easy. Like, you just do that, right? Yeah, I actually have a tailor who is really good value. I think this suit is worth more than I paid for it, or was before I tore it. Yeah. Seriously, come to Indonesia and get suits hand tailored here. Will be cheaper than buying in Canada. That is fair. Morgan says, I missed it. What killed the suit jacket? I got it caught on a like an outcropping. I was just walking and it just went rip noise, and I went, oh. Now, the thing is that even when you tell the truth, you can get inconsistencies, but honest witnesses don't say things like, I need to review my testimony to know how I testified of that and so forth. I did upgrade from my grandmother's car because eventually I took the car that I got from my grandmother into a mechanic and they killed it. And that one pissed me off. I was so angry about that. They forgot to put the cap on the transmission fluid. So the transmission fluid all leaked out and then the transmission seized. And that was the end of that car. And yeah, I have a good tailor. I actually have 2 good tailors. So yeah. All right, let's keep going.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 015.
I could sue the garage for that. The problem is that the value of that car was probably about $500 at that point because it was an ancient car. And so, you know, when you're driving a car that's nearly 20 years old, suing the mechanic is not going to go well. So it is what it is.
6-3. Tell me, I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Interesting. I don't know what an ounce of gold is.
May I approach? Yes.
Oh, he was definitely.
You'd review that
Don't
when
give
we're
him-
finished.
What is the price of an ounce of gold these days? No, 2,500 about thereabouts.
Okay.
No, that's reasonable. I was like, if it's going to be like 30,000.
That refresh your recollection, but question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir. Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
All right. While they're approaching, we're going to do some super chats here. Tammy Fayette. Hi, Ian. Didn't know you were live. Should I replay or stay live? Hi, chat. That's up to you. I cannot give you replay or stay live advice. That's too. I can give legal advice, not necessarily life advice. Brenda S. He was entertaining himself by trying to humiliate with her. I agree with Betterow. He's likely a sociopath with how long to die in the cold sociopathic friends. It was cruel and abusive. Enjoy your commentary. The thing is, I don't think he's a sociopath. I think he's actually not that different from a lot of the other cops that are there. So, Bella Brett, for you, I got to roll the thing. Here's to put towards the suit, or better yet, some truth serum equals good whiskey. Also, it was great to see you on the other stream panel last evening. Thanks, Ruckle. Thank you so much. Thank you, and that was a fun stream. So, all right. Oh shit. That reminds me. I see somebody saying I want to buy silver, but I know absolutely zip about it. I have silver. I've got to mail to Marmar.
You are unmuted.
I forgot about that. I got to go to the post office tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beelan that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beelan that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or no.
Okay, we're going to get into some real distinctions between relationship versus knowing. The panel I was on last night was Surviving the Survivors. It is sort of a panel show where they bring in all sorts of people. There's me, there's Brandy Churchwell, there was, oh crud, I'm trying to remember his name. He is a retired FBI examiner, and it was a great panel. It was fantastic. So check it out, Surviving the Survivors, and it's a good panel. So check that out. Yeah, Marmar one. Do I have it here, or did I move it back into my safe? I can't get this drawer open because of a bottle cap that is stuck. Nope, I moved it into the big giant safe. So it's in the big giant safe. There was 10 silver coins. So, and Marmar won that. So I got to send those her way. So, yeah. And Susan Walker, thank you so much. Diane Shelton, sure, Sheldon, thank you so much. Okay, let's keep going.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
Okay, so this is some bizarre salami slicing. So it's you don't know you don't have a relationship or know the Alberts or the McCabe's, and he's like, I don't know the McCabe's and I don't have a relationship with the Alberts, so therefore I don't anything. And I'm like, you what? I do actually have to get my thing set up to, Lindsay, you seem to be the only person who's having an issue with sound. So yep.
Relationship with,
With Kristen, I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
Dude, we just call this a lie, right? We just call this lying. This is ridiculously BS.
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
He also
Yeah,
knows
to ask if there's any
Kevin
relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted.
Well, that might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He
Your
was
Honor,
awesome.
this is the point at
For
which
sure. Or
I intend
is
to turn
awesome.
to tab 3, and I believe we need a bunch.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
So you know what I shouted in my car when this was going on? And I'm glad no one else was in my car. I shouted, "He's not asking if you're fucking them, sir." Like, like just this is like this is like that willful misunderstanding that people use to deceive, and it just, yeah. No, I was at highway speed. So Benjamin Gray, juror removed for other life reasons. Yes, that is fair. Just because based on her first day of investigation, I had enough information to jump to my conclusion. It took me 18 months to get enough to prove it to others. Yeah. Kathy, so much lying. Is it difficult to convict for perjury? Virtually impossible. Yep. Yoli Washburn, does the jury get to review the texts? They'll have some of the texts, like any of the texts that get put into evidence, they'll have, and they'll be able to review. Apple Silver, French cuffs and cufflinks tonight. Nice. I can embiggen. I felt fancy. Apple Silver, Kevlar Suit Fund, thank you so much. Ella, alternate monetization, thank you, because YouTube's not got my back on this one. Steve Kelsey, it wasn't even the evidence is leaning this way, it was she is guilty. This guy can't even make credible lies to cover his lies. Usually that's harder than just making lies in the first place. Cindy, take a shot of sweet and sour, it gets rid of them, referring to hiccups. I don't have any sweet and sour, I don't think, so... Bridget, still no medical examiner or crash expert, but we hear about the medical expert and just how much of a nuisance she was for Proctor and friends. Fender, question, even if objection is sustained, can jury forget tone? They're supposed to. How much they actually do is another question. How much they actually manage that is another issue. Charles Vance, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thomas T, did you see today's Boston Herald? This guy got roasted on the front page. I did see it. If you're wondering what it was, let me just pause this and move over to share today's Boston Herald. Because it was something. It was something. We're going to pull that up. So this was shared by Microdots. And I'm going to just vanish here. We want you to degrade women. Misogyny fits right in at state police. That's the front page, folks. Congratulations, Trooper Proctor. You made the front page. So... Yep, that is not good. It's not good to be front page news for that kind of thing. So, all right, carrying on. Nikki Johnson, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if Jen McCabe turned out to be the ME. Fair. Runkle of the Bailey, you got demonetized by YouTube. Just this stream. Not the channel, just this stream. For that. So don't worry too much. It's not like the end of things or whatever. It's just this particular stream. Holly Berry, my favorite runkleism is but yeah. It's just a habit. I talk about Bruno. Thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Is that Bruno in the little thumbnail there? The doggo? if so, I want to hear more about Bruno. Lori Lenny, here for this Runkle Lawyer Spicy Snark. I got some snark. Snoopykins, I'll be replay crew, but have some new members. Thank you so much, Snoopykins. And that was the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Jeremy Morton, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Charlie Lynn, thank you for the gifted membership. Lindy Wilson had a question that I thought I'd pull up. What is the Brady list? So if you have officers who've been found to like lie or whatever else, then that has to be disclosed as part of Brady disclosure, which is, disclosure that goes to the defense every time that officer might testify. And that can basically end a lawyer's career. Or, sorry, not end a lawyer's career. It can end a police officer's career because when, hey, this officer was found to have lied in a trial. If that goes to the defense every time that officer is going to testify, well, guess what that officer's test or, cross-examination is going to be about. So, yep. It's a problem. John Duncan, towards date night next Tuesday. I made a joke about like, hey, I'll see you next Tuesday about the Karen Reed trial with my wife. And she's like, nah, nope. It was not calling her that. It was just making a joke about the Karen Reed trial with the spelling it out because Tuesday's our date night. And she's just like, nah. I was like, fair. So, according to some local law nerds this morning, Proctor and Elizabeth are claiming that they're victims of the defense attorneys. Oh, God. Fire him. Annabelle Feinstein, I'm glad the organizational binder has shown up. Why not sooner? How common is this tactic? Very common. It's pretty sort of ordinary defense lawyering. Laura V, or prosecuting lawyer. Laura V, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Yeah, Proctor makes $150,000 a year. Yep. Martian Planet Art. That sounds cool. After the whole gift conversation, Jackson talks about Proctor or text to Proctor from Julie Albert, reminding him not to forget to send pics from ski trip. No gift, eh? It's an interesting question. Was the ski trip a gift? He denies it, but yeah. What happens when a witness is impeached? Anything? The jury hopefully thinks that witness is full of crap. So, Annabelle Feinstein, if the car is 50 plus years old, it's a whole other story. Ask me how I know that one. Inherited 1932 Buick Skylark, ruined by dealership in 2002. Oh, a 1932 Buick Skylark sounds like a beautiful vehicle. So, Harmony DeRoche, if I had Kardashian money, I'd totally send $50 and $100 super chats just so I could get the fun swoop thingy. You know what?
You are unmuted.
That's a fun swoop thingy. So, all right, they're back at it.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, let's.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Her sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor, Elberg?
Oh, damn.
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she's
I love
also
the classic cars. I don't
very,
want
very good
buy a
friends
classic
with
car.
Jillian Daniels, Julie
They're
Albert.
expensive.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over to your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
But I don't have relationships with them. They just come over to my family gatherings. Really? Like, that's not a relationship? What kind of puppies do you have? They're both rescue mutts, so they are both just whatever. They're lovely though. So
Matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022. You were close
Cute.
enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4.
Now, to be fair, I have a whole bunch of people stored in my phone who I would not call close friends. I'm just pulling up my phone right now. I'm just going to go through my contacts. I can't read everyone out because some of them are like client. I have a guy listed as just fireworks guy. I've got a lawyer who I really like who left the country, and probably this phone number is no good. I've got a guy who picked up dog poop at my house a couple of times and took my dogs for walks. I have a lawyer who is literally dead in my phone and has been dead for like 6 years. I've got... let's see. I've got a guy I did 3-gun with once. He's actually a really nice guy. I've got a bunch of lawyers who I just don't do anything with. Devin, he's in my phone. I've got a lawyer I can't text now because he's a judge. That would be inappropriate. Emily. I have the Edmonton Police Service phone number. Yeah, I got all sorts of numbers here for all sorts of people that I just, they're not all friends, right? They're not all like super, super close friends. So, yeah, it just is what it is. Hoss, did the lawyer die in your phone? Old age. It just happens. So, I got another person who's listed as other fireworks guy, like literally just other fireworks guy. So, okay, carrying on.
All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was...
I've got a guy who's just listed by initials, and I don't remember who he is.
Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo.
No, Emily would
Your Honor,
murder
report,
me.
I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the...
It's under his name. I just don't want to read his name out. But it was a guy. It was a friend's kid who needed some work, so he walked my dogs and he picked up some poop for a bit. Devin from Legal Eagle. No, not that Devin. Different Devin. Devin from chat. Not. So yeah. Different person.
The participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize it as being from Julie Albert?
No, they did not.
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just going to say, I hate every time CP comes up as an acronym because I do criminal defense. You know what CP typically means on a file? Not good things. Devin says, the much cooler Devin. Yes. Usually CP on a criminal file is a very bad thing. And so every time I hear that they're discussing that, I'm like, oh, no bueno. Brandon does not like this. So, if you are naming a child and your last name begins with P, the entire letter C needs to just be out of your consideration entirely. Like, I don't care why. If your great grandmother who like saved your life 6 times and also was like, also founded 3 universities and 2 hospitals, is also, named Cheryl, you still don't name your kid Cheryl if your last name is P. Or you change the last name, like something, because, yeah.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes,
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment. Okay.
Yeah, my phone passcode is miserable. I have lots of people under 3-letter acronyms that make no sense to anyone but me. Phone password upgraded to 22 characters with symbols. Yep.
Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was
Fair enough. Sometimes people hire a babysitter that's just like off of Kijiji or whatever. Dagan says, my initials were BJ and that sucked. Lol. Solid pun. Solid pun. A friend of mine's brother was, his first and middle name was Benjamin Samuel for BS. And people commented on that. So, yeah.
among them.
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
That's
And then you
fair.
personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road
Yep.
on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If I may have just a moment.
Yes.
Pun was unintended. Solid anyway. I know. It's just an accent, folks. I don't know if you noticed, but I am Canadian.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
I know it's
So
incurable.
you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
I swear there should actually be like a company, like a service that does this. That like analyzes meaning, origin, frequency, monograms, initials, possible nicknames, maybe other languages prior to naming any of our 4 children. because the reason why I say other languages is that every once in a while when we talk about nicknames, don't know if anyone has said this, Runkle, but your name is really close to the Swedish term for a man playing with himself. Lovely. Sweden, you are incorrect. Stop it. Just stop Swedening. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Like, listen, the
You indicated that you
surströmming,
would
I
like
can
to look at the
forgive
phone record
that.
or phone
It's
log
actually
to determine
okay.
whether or not that,
The
that
rest
call
of
was
it-
made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion to the Proctor. Just focus your attention on that. Let me know if that refreshes your reflection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after
I
your
am
interview,
not
you received
Swedish.
a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the contents of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your
don't do
personal cell
that.
phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. If you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview,
Now, I just want you to notice something about Trooper Proctor, which is both days he gets shinier over the course of the day, right? Over the course of the day, he gets more gleaming. Yes, my grandmother is from Norway, but Runkle is not a Norwegian last name. The Norwegian last name is Kirkelund. So, yeah, that is the sort of original name, Kirkelund. So,
when Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, how did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine. Just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
oh yes, in nursing school, I found out that signing charts with the initials BM had a whole different meaning. After that, I had to add a middle initial. Yep. It's not Kirkeland, it's Kirkelund. So not from Costco. I'm not Costco brand. Although, yeah. Yes, Kirkelund. Yeah. Like that.
Investigation. May I? Yes, thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
Problem
No,
is that
absolutely
wearing
not.
that shirt might make you
But
have
you
to
did say-
explain balloon knot.
That the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
Newsworthy stuff is going to do a lot of heavy lifting on this one. And I actually think Jackson kind of misses this one as well. Because Newsworthy is, Newsworthy is its own kind of bullshit here.
Started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't know the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the
Cool.
incident. You began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, that
Correct.
it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to.
Jen,
You write homicide, correct?
don't ask Jen McCabe about my balloon knot.
So I said 2668.
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes,
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote of course not. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very
Here's the thing. This is what Jackson didn't jump on well enough. He says newsworthy, but he also says don't tell anyone. And those two things are the opposite things, right? Because later he tries to spin newsworthy as just like, oh, it's no big deal. This is just, whatever rando stuff. And I'm like, if it's just whatever random stuff, you don't tell people to keep their mouth shut. And they don't say, oh, yeah, it's your career. I wouldn't mess with that. Because it's very obvious from the context of this that she is aware that revealing that he's running his mouth to her could affect his career. And calling it newsworthy, you just kind of want to slap him until his hair comes back.
least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
That is not like this, I think, is a miss. Because I don't think that's what that meant. I don't think that that is what the sister meant. I think the sister meant, hey, I think you should not, like, I'm going to keep secret the fact that you're talking to me about this stuff because that could hurt your career. That's what I got from this. So, that's about it. That's kind of my take on that one. So, yeah.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview him.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining,
Nothing jumps out at you? Really? Oh. Yeah, can we talk about the hypocrisy of Proctor getting his feelings hurt because Yannetti said mean things about him? Yeah, that was a thing. How did he get assigned to this case? He was the least awful cop they could find.
That your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
Jackson is really enjoying saying Jesus Christ.
That's her. The way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised, shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
No, a lot of these troopers seem like the kind of people who tried to join the Marines and were bounced out because they couldn't figure out which end of the crayon to eat first. Apologies to any Marines who don't enjoy that joke, because most Marines I've found enjoy the hell out of that joke and make it all the time. But yes.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing too specific.
Newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar, I gotta go interview them?
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
And you were sharing them with.
And this is where he also needed to say, and that's why you said keep this secret. He misunderstood the whole keep it secret thing, and it hurts him a little bit. Not hugely. I mean, he does well, but he could have done better here. That's it. Like, he could have done better. That's all. I just was like, oh, so close to perfection.
Your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was.
So I went to a party that was celebrating a Marine had basically, he was retiring, out of the force, and the cake was crayons. Like, the cake was crayon designs or like crayon styles, and people loved it. People just were like, that is awesome. So most of the Marines that I find that joke entertaining. Every once in a while you'll find one who gets touchy about it, but usually it's just like, it's a fun joke. So yeah, it was good.
Well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day, the only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Sir, newsworthy to you is confidential to everyone else. Like, This guy should never join the military or anything else like that because he leaks confidential information like a sieve. And yeah, yeah. Temi Fayette says, thanks for the great commentary on this trial. Love your takes. Also, my name is pronounced Fayette, not Fayette. Okay, sorry, Fayette. My apologies. And Temi Fayette, thank you for the gifted membership. I am sorry. Names are hard. I saw that you were saying, did I get the super chat? I'm behind on super chats, but not too far behind. So yeah, yeah. In reality, we all know the crayon joke is just that, a joke. Marines are instrumental to war and forts and are very skilled and talented, but eating crayons are quite funny. And yep. And that's the thing is like you make jokes, but if I was in trouble and I heard the Marines were on their way, I'd be like, amazing. Harmony DeRoche, thank you so much. Thanks, Ruckle. You're awesome. I have not missed any super chats. I don't think they're all in the queue. I just get to them when I can. Okay, carrying on here.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Kinda.
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. Reports for Omission will be published.
It's all
Yes.
good. It's all good.
2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Ms. Loud, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well,
I don't know if that's yes. Like, you did ask for a gift, sir. You asked that the gift be given to your wife. And this is not exactly a new form of corruption. This is a well-known form of corruption. So let's say I'm a shitty politician, right? And I'm corrupt. You know, if I'm a corrupt politician, I will, you know, what corrupt politicians will quite often do is they'll say, like, you know, they'll be like, okay, I will do this thing, and in exchange, I want money. But they're not going to, like, corruption very rarely is in the form of, like, you meet at a bus stop and somebody hands you a suitcase full of cash. That's almost never how corruption works in modern societies that, you know, whatever else. The way it typically happens is like, then my wife will get a job with a company that is associated with them, and they will, you know, and that job will be really well paying. And, you know, or my wife will get a speaking engagement, and, you know, that speaking engagement will pay $100,000. Remember, Trudeau's mom got a speaking engagement that paid a whole pile of cash, and that looked like corruption to me. Looked like corruption to lots of other people. Not if you're a liberal voter, but, you know, that's how corruption typically works, is the gifts go to someone where you have some deniability. I see people making Clarence Thomas comments. I will not comment other than to just note that those are being made. Yeah. But if somebody, like, I'm just going to say, if I had a client who, like, pled guilty to something that got the co-accused off the hook, and then my wife suddenly gets, like, a vacation from, from the relatives of the co-accused, it would be not hard to call that corruption, right? If you're asking for gifts for your wife, you are a corrupt sack of shit, and you deserve to be thrown into a suitcase, and that suitcase deserves to be thrown into, I don't know, out of the, just gone. Hey, Runkle, please no politics. I'm sorry. It's hard to come up with examples that are not political when you're talking about corruption, right? If I'm the chief of police and my wife keeps getting gifts from the mafia, then I'm a corrupt chief of police, right? Yeah. Somebody's saying, do I need the goat? The goat, I dropped the goat and it went under my computer and I haven't dug out the goat. So goat is unavailable. I do not have access to the emotional support goat right this minute.
Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware
is under my computer
during the course of your investigation. Well, let me ask
for
it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of
anybody, witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
people, whatever.
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses. Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister Courtney in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Chancellor.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you.
Get up there, get in there for the, for the objection, but he's not doing it yet.
Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Yeah, that's fair. I will try to.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
Here's the thing. I don't actually think that he was intentionally using her as an intermediary. What I think is that everybody was talking to everybody. Everybody was, yammering around to everyone else. And they just kind of passed along their theories, their desires, their wishes. And I mean, corruption and this kind of thing doesn't typically happen as like everyone gathering around a table, twirling their, evil mustaches. It's typically just that the game of telephone is that you talk to your sister, your sister is as much of a gossip as you are. And, by the time you're done, she knows, right? I don't think it was an intentional intermediary thing. It was just that he's being super sloppy. And it's going to end up with everybody everybody named Albert and McCabe. So, yeah.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Don't take Fightbot too personally.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
Because
no.
Fightbot.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Wouldn't that be a thing to write down in a, police report? Like, hey, we investigated Colin Albert. We decided he wasn't home. So we have cleared Colin Albert. Wouldn't that be a thing to put down in the police report? Somehow? A little bit? Maybe? Bueller?
Look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you? You can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement, or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
The corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses,
Potentially?
right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the
Myriad,
truth
good
about
word.
where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have retrieved the goat. I have rescued the goat. I needed the goat.
First, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
I am indeed. The goat was actually a little easier to retrieve because the horns, I was able to get the horns tangled in my sock so I could pull the goat back. He's going to get shinier and shinier the more he sweats until eventually he's going to be a very well lubricated balloon knot up on the stand. Yeah, Fightbot gets, if there's too many emojis, it can be distracting. So Fightbot fights about it. Yes, I did use my feet to pick it up. All right, while they're reading that, there's a level of distasteful humor that's understandable to help cope with a difficult / emotionally taxing job, but Proctor crossed the line by a mile. Absolutely.
There you go.
Yes.
Olivia C., glad you popped on
This is
for
going to be an accurate representation.
Spice about today's SmackDown on Cross and the unexpected sports ball quips. Here's some dollars for the demonetization fund and all the scotch we're consuming through this fuckery. Yep. Thank you.
Or accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel.
Yes.
With the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Oh, that'd be
An
fun.
objection?
Yes, sir.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
I'll have
Correct.
to read more about
And isn't
that.
it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian,
Oh, you might be in
Mary
trouble.
Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
Oh, well, was there one name left out?
So,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper Zach
told you-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
The clerk is like, you guys, need to like sort out your question, who's asking and who's answering and who's what.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word.
Wait, why wouldn't you check on the times, right? This is pretty essential to your case here, sir. And we've got cheers to the swoopy things. And for those that can't afford to super chat or towards any demonetization, if any, lol. XOXO, love this chat. Keep on keeping on, Runkle. Thank you so much, Bella Brad, for you. Yeah, I mean, the times are so critical. I would have wanted to absolutely nail that down and have as much evidence as to those times that you possibly could.
Correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8? Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right. So this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see councilors. 15, 20 minutes.
All right, so they're going to take a break. We're going to skip through the break. We don't need the only fan. She says 15 to 20 minutes. I think it ends up being more like 45. So
we're going
to go until I collapse or until we get done, Proctor. One or the other or both. By the way, chat, if I fall asleep midstream, your responsibility is to laugh at me. So be aware of your role in things if I pass out midway through the stream. That's your job.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrate report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Greeno was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because it goes without saying I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence, at the former Albert residence, 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles?
How about from the McCabe residence? Again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school?
Please don't do that.
For video surveillance video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet?
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you know. In this
Same
text, you're
objection,
asking
she's like,
a member of
nah.
the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked what are some good cameras in the area.
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes,
So is it assistance, sir? Like, oh,
I reached out regarding cameras in the
Or
area.
assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Yes.
they're
You specifically
recused,
asked
they're not
Officer
supposed to help.
Galanis whether,
You're
quote,
asking them
the
for
high
help.
school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list, is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
It facilitates certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert?
Yes.
Julie Albert?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
Her husband, Matt McCabe?
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel.
So basically, there's, right now he's just ripping the investigation apart, which fair ball.
Wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Ally McCabe, August of 2023, right?
So he made his decision 16 hours after the incident, and then he doesn't actually bother investigating critical witnesses until 16 months afterwards. Like, oh, we've done a full and complete investigation. No, you fucking haven't. You haven't talked to any of the people. Like, Lally calls every human in Canton, and he hadn't bothered to interview any humans in Canton other than 3. It's... Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antono, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st,
We're going to hear
2022
some
in the
things
state
about
court
Lucky.
grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotta, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotta told
John
you
Duncan?
that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotta testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's the statement.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that
No, not true. It's like, oh, okay.
Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was no body on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike.
That's hearsay.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the
Or
entire
that's him
time
testifying?
you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Thank you,
Not until
Ryan.
Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought it to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
They haven't removed him. Like,
As a lead investigator,
they haven't removed him after all of that. Like, what the F?
and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Watch Proctor here is going to just try to slip something in.
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Ah, Proctor. Just answer the question. Don't try to get cute. I mean, and the thing is motive is the least important thing because often motives for killings are stupid. Often motives for killings are, in like a murder mystery, it's always like, oh yeah, this person's going to end up getting millions of dollars out of this. And in real life, it's things like, I was at the bar and this guy kept looking at me funny. Or this guy hit on my girlfriend before he realized that she was with me. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. What
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
Jackson
It's-
immediately leaps on this one.
Evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called it, the girl, was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just
So far, we haven't actually heard any evidence that there was a fight in the vehicle. It just looks like they're theorizing that maybe that happened. Now, maybe we'll get some evidence that says that there was a fight in the vehicle, but right now, it just sounds like that is a possible theory, because otherwise, why would she run him over, right? Like, hey, we've decided that she ran him over, so they must have had a fight in the vehicle, because otherwise the running over makes no sense. So, yeah.
Okay,
this-
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Ms. Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, Jen said it. Yeah, Jen's credible.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity?
After Jen McCabe's testimony, if she told me she had 10 fingers, I'd look down and count.
opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive means factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Mechanic and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the
People have killed for a lot less than that. People have killed for a lot less than that.
liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
I wasn't born with enough middle fingers. Jesse Waldorf saying, "Me, stop. He's dead already, Proctor. Nonsense. 'Tis but a flesh wound." Jackson, hold my solo cup. Watch this. Lolly sobs quietly in the back. Yeah.
Your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being
Yep.
very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were asked.
Yeah, he had a different means of producing text messages. An illegal means. His means of producing text messages was federal crimes. Now, to be fair, sometimes people do hand over text messages by screenshots, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, crimes is the new one.
Actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning.
This is
And you were
also
asked whether or
true.
not in your career as a law enforcement officer has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was, your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that
Yeah, I mean, most people wouldn't have access to that equipment. And the people who do have access to that equipment, most of them know better than to do that.
Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
You were aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
And they're at sidebar. So that's going to let us catch up on some super chats. Excellent. Gina Buell says, Lally seems to be defeated. Do you think he was forced to take this case? I don't know, but he fights it hard today. Jessica Hicks, former law enforcement officer here. Michael Proctor is a disgrace. Not all are bad. I agree. And the thing is, the thing I say is good cops deserve to work with good cops. And that means getting rid of the bad cops. So to make the force better for good cops, you got to throw out the entire Michael Proctor and the people like him. Ian, what's your opinion on jury versus judge-only systems? Judges and juries have different advantages and disadvantages. And so in Canada, there's a lot of trials where you have the option.
You are
and there's
unmuted.
different times you might want to use one versus the other.
Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy.
What do you mean? No, you
Certainly
don't.
had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
Yes, but he asked about the means, and then you immediately said, "What about the motive?" And it's like, well, no, the means. He's saying, could this guy win the fight? Could he punch him hard enough to, kill him? Could he beat the crap out of the guy? And he's like, it's like, just answer the question. Don't misinterpret the question. Apparently, intentionally. Yes.
Friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him.
Really? You couldn't speak to a giant guy who is also a cop. Like, you don't think a cop could win a fight? Christ, Michael Proctor is, you take a sack of garbage and you tie it off with a necktie, and this is what you get. Sure.
Right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military?
I did, yes.
And he's a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the...
So the former military ATF agent, I mean, maybe they should have asked, do you think you could kill a dog? Because that might be a question, like,
Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
so fighting stances, right? Like, yeah.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
Was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was about.
Oh, sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phone, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Right. The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes,
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
that's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we.
All right, let's listen to that at 1x speed.
Correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that
That was like a long humming and hawing, and yeah.
determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day,
That investigation that they wait like 16 months for. We're continuing on. Eventually.
Hey, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 11, please?
What's the IP?
And I'm being told I got to run this. Apologies to everyone who had a cat in their lap.
number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For Manor, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scortibello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Yeah, the sarcastic response indicates that you kind of dislike the, that you're kind of unhappy about what her response, like what her ruling was or what her determination was. So, okay.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate.
Just be honest, sir. Yes, you would have rather had a determined finding. Obviously, you would rather have a determined finding. Like, it's like when you go to the doctor, it's like, would you rather have gotten a diagnosis? Would you rather the mechanic successfully fixed your car versus like left it in parts? And he's like, it doesn't matter to me. It's like, bullshit. Come on.
The same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which
Why would you be getting sarcastic if you don't give a shit? Like, if I go to a cafeteria and I'm like, of course they're serving, the chicken fingers again, it means I'm unhappy with the fact that they're serving the chicken fingers again. It doesn't mean like that I have no opinion on the chicken fingers. It means, like, no, stop. Ugh. Now I'm hungry. Why did I do that to myself?
Displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
I don't
You'd
think I
agree
can
that
get
it's
chicken
extremely
fingers
unusual
this
for the
time.
manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't.
Yeah, he wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. There's a reason for that. The reason is that the number is really bad for his case. Like, the reason is because it wrecks your argument. The reason is because your argument is full of poop, and you don't want to just tell us that the argument is full of poop because you're really hoping the jury doesn't figure that out. But like, just tell us, right? Like, just be honest.
But I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Yeah, but that's really inconvenient now, and I was hoping you didn't have that information. And could we just forget that happened where I said I'd never seen it? Like, can we have a do-over? I call backsies. Like,
I'm trying to run.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time. It was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course. And of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow.
and now we're going to get more weaseling because he clearly did, and he's going to try to say that he didn't.
What? Is that what you did?
Pressure?
Also, now I'm ordering chicken fingers, or trying to.
Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification? Is
Chicken.
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got the mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base?
Sure, it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a
sorry,
minute, please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it? Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay.
Do they need to
Yes, go
sidebar?
ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes,
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper Chico, one of your colleagues?
it is. Yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper Chico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
You know, when Trooper Chico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper Chico, to go in and get.
What does the joke mean, sir? Why is he joking about that? Why would he make fun of you for that? What, like, is there a meaning to the phrases, or do you and your friends just words out of your face and it's just completely random? Like, surely there is some actual meaning to this. Somebody's saying, how do I order food at this hour? I've skipped the dishes and I'm in a city, so yeah. Come on, sir. Like, come on. This is ridiculous.
The homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded.
And this is where there's an internet meme. And the internet meme basically goes, when somebody tells an offensive joke, there's a technique for really ruining the fun. And that is basically you just say, explain the joke. Because you get a guy who's like, hey, here's a joke about, I don't know, the Dutch. And you're like, I don't think that's cool. So you just are like, oh, I don't get it. Can you explain the joke to me? Now, that kills every joke on the planet, right? There is no joke that remains funny after you ask somebody to explain it. So that is the first thing is, it's in the same way as like if you take a dog and you like remove all of the organs so that you can see them, the dog is no longer cute or friendly. That's kind of the same thing. So when you're like, please explain the joke, it already is making the joke unfunny and the whole thing awkward. But then you're just like, okay, why was this joke funny? Why was it funny that you were supposed to be in the ME's office, right? And then he's got to explain that, and it's gonna be awkward. It's gonna be an absolute mess, and that's what you need to be there for. That's what you need to do, is to just be like, so tell us why it's funny, like why that joke is clever. And if he can't, then sucks to be him, basically. So all right.
Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Mechanic.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change her opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was. That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of him.
Okay, let's go back and hear his. All right, people are saying Fightbot is being too aggressive. I'll turn off Fightbot, but please don't make me have to bring Fightbot back. So ideally, not with the super caps, not with all of the things, but I will tell Fightbot to take a break. We'll see how that works. So Fightbot, take 5. So
Standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was. That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know.
So
we wouldn't.
Yeah, the noise that honest people make so often. That's the mating call of the honest cop. No.
Never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor...
Everything's a joke with this guy. And you know what? I'm just going to say, ladies, do not hang out with the guys who say everything is a joke. And I'm not saying that's what this guy is like, but I don't know. Because a lot of the time, like, hey, it's just a joke, I'm only joking, is used to kind of cover up some shit. It's used to kind of cover up some, some stuff that maybe isn't ideal. And so, yeah, just saying, I don't really like when you got guys who are like, oh, it's just a joke. It's like, it usually is not just a joke. And, yeah. And like, none of these jokes are funny, right? None of these jokes are whatever. They're just kind of pushing stuff, right? And I'm like, no, this is not okay. This is not cool. So, yeah. Yeah.
Doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide,
Thank
right?
you, Ryan.
Considering the manner, but
Much appreciated.
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right, I'm ordering some chicken.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge him. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged.
Ooh.
Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, objection, sustained. It's like, you know that the point or that the issue wasn't whether or not that would get sustained. The reason why that was asked was to ask the question. So, yeah.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data.
All right, we're going
Specifically
into,
as it pertains
into
to Jennifer
third
McCabe.
gear.
You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, I'm not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area.
Yeah, what? What? You didn't look at the deleted shit on the phone? Huh? Because I gotta say, if I'm doing, if I'm looking for stuff like in a extraction report or whatever, the deleted shit is the first thing I want to see. Maybe he didn't figure that there'd be deleted nudes. Maybe that slowed him up. It's a murder investigation. The deleted shit is where you find the good stuff, like Hoss Long to Die in the Cold, or luxury prisons for the rich, or just goat scream, like just straight goat scream. Like, I'm sorry if you're like, I don't believe for a second that he didn't check the deleted stuff, because this is about as credible as like somebody saying that they went to the strip club but they didn't look. It's like, what? Why were you there then? Why would you go to the strip club and not look around? Obviously, like, unless you had a really good reason, like you went to the strip club because it was on fire and you were rescuing people. Of course you were looking around. So And if you've got an officer who says, I am the lead investigator, but I didn't look at the deleted stuff, this is like your surgeon saying, I do anything except things with blood. It's like, oh, well, that's just the fucking job, sir. Like, you do anything except the fucking job. Yeah, this is as credible as I smoked marijuana, but I didn't inhale. Like, this guy thinks we're really, really, really stupid. Like, this is the guy who thinks that, you know, you might walk in on him and your wife both naked in bed, and he could be like, yeah, I was helping her find a contact lens, and we just had to be naked for reasons. We look for things better naked. I'm like, this is not, like, this is child level excuse, right? Where you're sitting there and the like kid has the cookie jar in one hand, the cookie jar lid in the other. They've got chocolate chip goo all over their face, and he's like, I didn't take the cookie. You're like, really? Because you took the fucking cookie, sir.
No. What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebi report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So, as you said,
Really? You didn't look through? Why is there any single tab that you didn't look at on the Celebrate report? Like, ugh. That's Julie from Court TV. Yeah, she blocked me because I also pointed out that she had one of the dumbest theories of self-defense. Like, I'm guessing that there was a like retrieve pictures tab, and that's the only thing he was looking at.
you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Oh, come
Did you ever seize
on.
Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Were you concerned that
What,
if you
if
seized any or all of their
anything,
phones,
did you
especially
do your
Colin,
job on?
Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrate report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone abstraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
You even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure.
What? Hmm. Mm. Hmm.
A conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor.
By the way, if you're ever a witness and they like have 30 tabs worth of your text messages, you're gonna have a bad day. Like this is not good.
The court's identification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
Then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
Gee, I wonder.
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses? And he shouldn't even be having contact with you. Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, Yuri and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Turn to page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird.
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
Okay, remember this, because he tries to back away from this so hard. He tries to chew his leg off to get out of this particular answer. We're gonna put it to 1 times. We're gonna go right back. I just want you to hear this answer and remember this answer.
If you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That's why we did not use the recorded room. He is gonna try to back out of that in the worst way. And I can't blame him, because that is a bad answer. That is a bad answer. And oof. And if you watch now, watching it afterwards, you see Jackson's smile. I didn't see this at the time I first listened to it, because I was first listening to it in my car, so I wasn't watching the video at all. It was just like my phone was sitting on the passenger seat and it was connected to the radio. Can we please replay Jackson's reaction? You bet we can.
That would mean that if you use the recorded room,
Watch his face.
those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he
You see the smile? You see his little ooh. He gets that little smile. He's like, and that little smile is just like, oh, you did not mean to say that. You did not mean to say that. Just that little grin before he smooths it over. And yeah, I quite like that. I was like, oof.
might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No.
Never crossed your mind?
Never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were doing?
Typically don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago.
Wait, what? This also, I was like, what the fuck? Why wouldn't you record the interviews? Like, we don't record our interviews. And I'm like, wait, why not? Shouldn't you do that? Isn't it better to have a record? Other than like your stupid notes? Record the interviews. Like, record them.
The reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
What was your answer?
No.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? He says, no. Yes. Oh. I don't want to make fun of his baldness, but it's really hard not to. Clearly, his hair had integrity and decided to leave him as a result. This guy is trying to gaslight the hell out of the jury. It is unreal. And now he's just trying to back away from that so hard.
What did you say?
That we didn't use it.
When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously, Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it.
I recall because it was like a minute ago, sir.
Proctor, it's been 10 minutes, been 4 minutes.
No.
You don't remember that?
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Gaslighting is strong.
Typically we don't record interviews.
So couldn't you just sit in the room and like throw out the recording, or just not turn the recording on? Like, I'm not understanding your issue here, sir. I don't get it. Kai-san for dog treats and whiskey. Thank you. I will make sure the dogs get the dog treats and the Runkle gets the Runkle treats. So, yes.
With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Super Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case,
Now, what happens if you're sitting there taking like an unrecorded interview and the guy does something, like says something that maybe he didn't want to say? Like he says, that's why we didn't use that room, or says something like, maybe he says something like, you're asking about the murder or something, and the person, like this random witness who you think is totally uninvolved, just says something like, and it's such a brutal way to go, being attacked with an ice axe. And they say, we said axe. We never said ice axe. How did you know it was an ice axe instead of a regular axe? That suddenly, that one word tells you that particular dude might be a critical witness. Now, wouldn't it be awesome to have recorded that ice word? Because otherwise, you've just got it in your notes. And later at trial, what does he do? He gets up on the stand and says, I just said axe. I never said ice axe. And you don't have it recorded. Like, record all the things, right? Record all the things. So,
Continue to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert.
Thank you, One to D. Thank you for your funny commentary.
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
Once in a while.
Right.
So you're working a cold case together for several months. You know what that means? It means you're going to be spending a lot of time in an office with the other person, going over a whole bunch of like case files and reading through them together and bantering ideas back and forth. Like, working a cold case together isn't quite dating, but it's not quite not dating either. Like, it's gonna have a thing, right? So it's a little closer than just like we dug a ditch together. So yeah.
So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing.
Now, to be fair to Canton, I think everybody in Canton who is an acquaintance is a drinking acquaintance, because there's a lot of booze that happens in Canton. Scarlett Sullivan says, what's an ice axe? It's a particular form of axe used for ice. Often, so it's a specialized form of axe. So
Acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah. Right?
Yes.
right? Long pause. Yes. Yep.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that.
Again, you don't have to be fucking for it to be a relationship. Like, Jackson's not asking, did he give you a hand job under the table? He's asking, do you guys hang out at all? Do you guys know each other? Do you guys, like, ugh.
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right. So what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of that, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Okay, let's listen to this. Or he's just being asked, did you guys go drinking together? I appreciate that.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his
midnight
gun
here in
the
Edmonton.
next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it.
Wait, so you're saying that your cop buddy just loses his gun randomly? Like, is that, because your cop buddy lost his badge and his gun. Is he just forgetting these things all over the place? Or, because, like, here, drunk is actually the better exploit. No, it isn't, because you shouldn't be getting smashed with your badge and your gun. Like, that's not okay. Because, like, where does this gun end up? Because wouldn't it be awkward if that gun ends up somewhere like a crime scene? Somebody finds it and uses it to shoot their drug dealer, and it's like, oh, right, that's Officer Dipshit's gun. Like, I don't remember if we were drunk. He just lost his badge and his gun. I'm like, okay, are you freaking kidding me? Like,
So, isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then
free cop badge, but also, where's my, dude, where's my car is funny. I assume it's not really my kind of humor, so I haven't actually watched the movie, but I assume it's funny. Dude, where's my gun is less funny for so many reasons. And I'm just going to tell you, like, if I'm drinking, I don't touch guns. Like, if I'm going out hunting with hunting buddies, the only time we touch the booze is after the hunting is done, right? We don't touch the booze until the guns are away and they're not coming out again.
included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk
Yeah, wince face emoji is definitely the right emoji for that.
that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I don't recall if we were drunk. Fuck off, you don't recall. Like, come on, you don't recall if you were drunk. Just be honest for like 5 fucking minutes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working.
Let's put that at 1 speed here.
After a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
That took an 8-second pause for him to answer whether he was drinking and driving in his cop cruiser. And that pause is so pregnant that it's probably having triplets. That is not at all a Laura Owens pause, because that pause was definitely, yeah. And he doesn't even give a straight answer.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606.
Oh, my chicken is on the way. 4 minutes for chicken.
Starting with, it's bad. Tell me when you see that.
Okay, see it.
All right, publish.
Yes.
2606. Kevin Albert responded, it's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight.
Hey, he's breaking out the double exclamation points, so you know he's serious.
To make me feel good.
Okay, let's talk about this. At the point where you are drinking to take away your hangover, maybe you should start like walking, like say 12 steps kind of walking, because yeah, that is not a good thing. You know, that's when you're starting to get into a problem. And yeah.
End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection?
These boots are made for walking, and maybe they should take 12 steps. Yeah.
Two of you had been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
I'm going to tell you, if I got drunk enough to lose a gun, I would be signing up for rehab like the same fucking day. There is like, that to me would be a sign of like, I have to get this shit in order or I am going to blow up my life. And I may already have blown up my life if I'm losing guns. You should not be the gun fairy, right? You should not be like, there should not be guns randomly, dropping around you. It's just not okay.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, the Proctor.
Correct.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to... At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
So the tail light fairy is a reference to a shirt that's now for sale on my Zazzle store. So I have a Zazzle store, and so available for that. Let me just see if I can find the right URL here. I'm just going to try to bring this up so I can show it to you guys. All right, we're going to stop this screen. We're going to present a different screen just so I can. Why is it not showing? Okay, there we go. So we're going to embiggen and we're going to display. So here's the shirt. Blessed by the Canton Taillight Fairy. And there's the Canton Taillight Fairy, just sprinkling little bits of plastic to, to help your case. So, I was feeling a little snarky when I made that. So, yep. All right, let's keep going here.
You can take a look at that.
Actually, I will be right back because I have chicken. So I require the chicken. It's on my porch. Okay, that's enough of the that's enough of that. I have the chicken. So it's not good chicken, it's KFC, but yeah.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That photograph of you. I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Sorry, if I can have this marked and removed.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 568. 568?
Chicken.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Got like no drumsticks in this thing. Oh man, there's a couple of places here in Edmonton that put KFC to shame.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, do you see the clothes? First, the clothes on the ground.
I do. Yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
What?
Gray shirt as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, and those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen chair?
I do.
See what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio.
It is.
Okay, that's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations.
Yes.
You keep your notes and things of that nature.
Yes.
Pens, paper.
Correct.
Right. Let me take that down.
Yeah, this is a good point. Where was that? If John O'Keefe heard the way these jerks talked about his girl, I could see the Fight Club basement dog bites sold home. Yeah, I mean, maybe he went in there and they were talking about her leaky balloon knot and he decided to throw hands because that makes sense. So that would fit to me. So yeah.
You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then What did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went. Sergeant Buchanan, sorry, that's fine. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
Yes.
at the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence processing
I'm going to
area.
ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry,
guys,
put them
just
on in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
Oh, no.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure the chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me?
I'm just kind of thinking in my head, like, let's imagine you got Higgins. Higgins is feeling jilted, and, Higgins is feeling like he's feeling a little lonely. And then John O'Keefe, the guy who is actually getting with the girl that Higgins is not getting with, he walks into this house party. I could see Higgins making some improper comments about that, and then they get into a fight. Yeah. I just don't know, right?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
I'm not.
When he's asking about the physical log, he's not asking about the one you left in the courthouse bathroom during the break. I feel like he might be dropping a physical log during this cross-examination. So,
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah, so I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I found on those days, and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
They flush their logs.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so let's talk about this. This actually might be enough where I am to result in that evidence being inadmissible. And, you know, because you need a chain of custody. I have successfully excluded evidence where there's a gap in the chain of custody. Because at that point, it's like, what is this evidence? So, if you don't have the evidence being tracked, it's like, yeah. Greg, I got no timestamps, and also the timestamps for this would just be everything. Like, we are just watching Proctor's testimony because there is no other way to do this. It's just everything.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
Probably won't get to the
And you originally
redirection 'cause I'm
claimed
gonna
that
die,
that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
Apparently, their theory is that she ran over him intentionally.
The fact of the matter is,
backwards.
that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
or received it seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I'd written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
Wait, what?
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay.
So the typo of 416 turns into 530. Now, I just want you to look at your keyboard and be like, how? How do you typo that? It's not like you got the F and the G, you know, whatever. It's like, that kind of typo might only happen if you're, say, drunk enough to lose your gun.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It was my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are aware that
Just
Massachusetts
following
State
orders
Police
is
Lower
loaded
Agency
language.
actually has not one, but 2 barracks. One in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
I'm just moving on.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Trooper Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera, located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140
What defense
videos or so from the front door ring camera at that
counted
same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Kenton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out.
There's 2 different ones. There's a main driveway camera and then there's an exterior Sallyport camera.
Oh my God.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, which sort of mainly black and
I'm going to
grainy,
skip
Yes.
over a little bit of this.
and another
just
one that showed.
because we're going to skip over a little bit. Oh, and now we're in. Whoop.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. You reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And it was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing.
We're at
The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that that video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Yeah, I got you.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago.
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
on my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat.
Tow truck
Exits.
guy.
Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
Why
He's
he
kind of like
retired?
mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back.
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay. And you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
That sort of identifies him, I guess.
Anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed? Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was kind of backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
Just a moment.
Yes.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
It was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's
Now,
side.
this is
It wasn't
really
reversed. The only
weird.
thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced at this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of
When did you watch that that video?
that. Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, jurors.
All right. So yeah, lunch break. It probably does not surprise you to learn that Coffindaffer thinks that he did great.
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Triple Proctor, before we broke, we were discussing Sally Port video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of
In other words, the font color.
my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sally Port videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sally Port videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sally Port videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those ring videos from
People are wondering
from One
what a
Meadows from the
chyron
moment
is.
that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were
This is a
archived.
chyron.
You drafted the search warrant for the ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone. Is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
This is important because they're saying, hey, we've got issues with the, we've got issues with this. And with missing video, and he's like, oh, well, where could the video have gone? Oh, right. The cops, who we don't trust, had the ability to delete the videos. Whoops.
I don't think we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means somewhere or another, you could get access to the Ring videos.
Correct.
And watch those Ring videos on his app, on the phone.
Yes.
Which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper Chico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
If memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
That's my recollection. I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct?
Yes.
Direction,
The
correct?
brain worm.
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Wait, what? Yeah, drink that
Do you recall
water.
exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that
The
you
water
reviewed
doesn't have the answers.
from Trooper Chico?
I don't know.
Would you refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
Ma'am, Your Honor?
Yes.
I assume that they trained her wrong as a
If you would mind
joke.
taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Stubbornness and salt. The chicken
Okay,
has
sir.
Thank
revitalized
you, Mayor
me.
Approach. Yes.
We're not going to get through his redirect, I don't think. We're going to get
Trooper Proctor,
through
do you
his
have these
cross.
notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
Actually,
You read
maybe
this
we'll do
previously
some.
before you wrote,
We'll
correct?
skip through his
Yes.
redirect.
And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the Ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? Is that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that Ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them, every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
Fair approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
What's wrong with
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the Ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
in your report, there's no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from Ring Video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through Ring for months, as well as the video.
But here's the fun thing is that they managed to point out, hey, didn't Trooper DeChico have this at some point? And then it gets lost. So it's not that Karen Reed deletes it on the day of. It's that you effers deleted it. That's what this comes down to. And yeah.
When Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight, that video is gone as well.
So,
or that one just never actually fucking happened. Like, that one just might be you're looking for a video of an event that doesn't happen, so it's not on the recording for the same reason that, like, Sasquatch boning down with Ogopogo's not on there because, you know, it just doesn't exist.
at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection?
Somebody out there on the internet probably has a video showing that, and please don't send it to me. I don't need that.
Sustained.
Send it to Legal Vices.
Mr. Jackson, don't wave that again, okay?
Yes, sir. The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 and January 29th visit.
No, there isn't.
Why
Trooper
am I
Proctor,
getting
would you
email
agree that
received?
from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I said before, we follow the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we follow the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you
Yeah, it wasn't based off the evidence, sir. Balloon knot was not in evidence. You know, it was based off the fact that you are garbage and that you are a terrible human being and that you are, you have no business being on this investigation. Like, that's what it was based on. Yeah.
did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022? Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is triple F as in Foxtrot.
Non-lower mainland.
Base stamp is 25, 26.
Think like Wish.com Loch Ness Monster.
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, I didn't give my.
Yes.
Request permission to publish on
yes.
25, 26, Mr. Bates. On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
So that's being taken down because they've got the objection while they're dealing with the objection. Somebody's saying, what time is it? It's almost 1 a.m. where I am. Bop it for a new favorite suit or snacks, whichever comes first. I'm probably going to have to get a new suit. John Duncan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Gina Buell, thank you so much. Retired Grancy, welcome aboard. That's and Light Queen, I watched with EDB all day, but couldn't wait to hear your snark about today's shenanigans. Runkle Brainworm. Jeremy Morton, newsworthy means something someone would find interesting to tell people about. Yeah, it's gossip worthy is really what their standard was. Light Queen, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Retired Grancy, welcome aboard. Truth
You are
Seeker,
unmuted.
welcome aboard.
Yes.
I got to read this one first. The World Wonder says there's an irony to him making leaky asshole insults when his incapacity for discretion and general conduct portrays him more or less as exactly that. Well snarked. That was some top grade snark.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to. Just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
Oh,
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to
it's a figure of speech? Yes, it's a figure of speech that means you hope someone kills themselves. Like, in the same way that, like, you know, I would like some bananas is a figure of speech that means I would like some bananas. You know, like, it is a figure of speech that means exactly what it says on the fucking tin.
7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No.
right?
No, it's not.
So she had a perfect what the fuck face.
The woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Trooper
Now, I'm just going to say it sucks for a witness, like for an accused person to be sitting there as you see somebody tell the most blatant bullshit imaginable. Can you just think of like what it is to be sitting there and you got this officer who is trying to like spin some bullshit into even bigger bullshit, and like, no, it's a figure of speech. Just own your shit, sir. Own your shit. It's not a figure of speech. It's just speech. That
Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Julie Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his back.
your own mother, loosely. Yeah. Like, these guys just are not honest.
Imagine his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote
No, I
this
did
whole thing
not.
in their words. Stinks,
No, I didn't.
correct?
I was mocking
Yes,
his
I interpreted it as a
diminishing
joke.
of
You
relationships.
believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on,
Okay, what does that figure of speech mean? Like, what is the literal meaning, or what is the meaning of that figure of speech? Is it not, I hope she kills herself? Because that's what it seems like the meaning of that, figure of speech is. Like, yeah, I'm just going to say, use that figure of speech about your wife. See how that goes. Like, fuck off.
The fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation.
Yup.
Your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and...
Okay, we're going to take this down to 1 speed.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted in your own words.
That was a long pause. And then he goes with the yes. And that is probably one of the first honest things we have there.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted in your own words that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner was going to catch any shit because Mr. Elliott had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Too many parts to that, but that was for the jury.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comment.
Okay, let's go back to this because this is totally objectionable. It's totally not cool. Totally not allowed. But damn, I bet it felt good. Damn, I bet this felt good. This is the moment of the mic drop. It's totally objectionable. And oh man, was I there for it when it landed.
Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Mr. Lau.
He knows better. He knows better. He did that on purpose, right? Let's go back, and I just want you to watch his body language, this is very intentional body language. This is very intended. This is deliberate. This is him specifically trying to convey a message.
Who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
All right, so now let's look at some of the reactions from the people in the crowd. I don't know who this guy is. This guy with the slick back hair, but he's got an interesting reaction.
Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
You see him do the mm-hmm. Now I want you to watch her over there with the hair and the glasses. Watch her reaction.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson,
I don't know who that is, the woman there. But she's got her, like, her mouth just drops. Her mouth just drops.
know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna skip through the redirect pretty quickly, with me just noting some of the things that you will see in the redirect. So what you'll see in the redirect is that Lolly basically spends some time trying to save some of the issues, and one of those blows up in his face when he says, you didn't know the address of that other officer. And it's like, or of Kevin Albert. And it's like, yeah, but Kevin Albert knew his address. So whoops. So that's a problem. But basically what Lolly does, and I actually think it's not a terrible redirect. I don't think it's awful. I think he actually does the best he possibly can. Is he basically goes through all of why Proctor thinks Karen Reed did it. And that basically lets him run through their theory of the case sort of over and over and over again. Now, I just want to say here, this is like the first time we hear the actual theory of the case from the prosecution. This is the first time we hear their actual theory. And that is that, that John O'Keefe gets out of the car. He's got his glass in his hand. He gets hit in the back. Fair enough. I agreed with EDB. I wish Jackson had said my emotions got the best of me. I like it, except it's too cute by far. So, now there is something we are going to watch on the redirect, and that is some shit that they pull. And they pull some shit. It's, yeah.
Now, when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office.
Oh, we've only heard that line like 7 times. This, by the way, is a place where Jackson was a bit asleep on the switch. Jackson should have been on his feet objecting before he does. He's a little too slow on the objection.
As well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday.
Objection. Mr. Yannetti shows objection. Right? That was, yeah.
In the parking lot where he's
Watch
not
his
welcomed
face.
or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying, okay, and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
That went way too fucking long. Way too long.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Also, all of that is hearsay because he doesn't see any of this. It's just straight up false. Yannetti is mad. What does mom do there? I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. I mean, I feel bad for the family because it's a tough trial and so forth. I don't know what this is about, right? So they have this. Karen is just like, what the hell? Let's cover some super chats while they argue about this. Love, laugh, chaos. In my opinion, this case is now bigger than just Karen Reed. It's now about the integrity of our judicial system. Not taking anything away from on her, though. Yep. Lori Lenny, now worried medical examiner has been rehomed. Ugh. Greg, my theory at the moment is that he was looking for an excuse to ignore the people who were in the house from the jump. I hit him, gave it to him. Quite possibly. Merle Lewis, Jackson, what do you call yourselves? Commonwealth, the aristocrats. Oh, solid. If you don't know the joke, don't look it up. Ash Lethal, Mizera, thank you so much. Light Queen, I shall point and laugh and then send pleasant dreams. Thank you. Trisha Fishburne, Proctor is a jerk and a major problem, and he seemed to have diarrhea of the mouth. Just wondering if he was even capable of keeping a cover-up quiet. Your late night reviews are always great. That's a good question. So, that said, you wouldn't need to talk about the cover-up with the people he's covering it up with. So, Ann Bell Feinstein, my speculation as to why Michael Proctor has a job, need him employed until the feds are done, then axe. It's possible. Cat in Virginia, Jackson at 1.25 speed sounds like Porky Pig. Deleted. That's all, folks. Need a megapint. To be fair, Ruckle, Julie Graham believes his story. Yeah, I think she also believes in the tooth fairy. Displeased sociopath, I may need medical attention from all the eye-rolling whiplash this Keystone cop is giving me. Thank goodness the jury gets medical for this. I don't think the jury actually does get coverage for anything. There's a lot of interesting discussion going on with the gallery there. Sully P777 caught a late night Runkle rage. You did indeed. Patty Hoffman, Pupper Snuggles are the best. They are pretty excellent. The Danish doll for the demonetization fund, and because I appreciate the early morning coverage for me and my little boy here in the UK, he finds you very soothing. Lol. Hey, you know what? When you got a little kid, whatever works. So I'll take that. I'll take that as a compliment. So yeah. Patty Hoffman, demonetization fund. Thank you. There was a lot of C words in this today. Annabelle Feinstein, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Special KL, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Gwynnie Bly, thanks for the laughs as we go through this. Arg, thank you. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. MJ for Mrs. Runkle and the doggos. I will make sure they get it, or at least some equivalent. Mrs. Runkle treats are very different from doggo treats. So there are things she likes, but they're very different. So yes. They teach everyone how to parse the English language in Canton. It's so tiring. That just looks weaselly to the to the jury, I'm sure. And Belle Feinstein, because I was carrying at CrimeCon, I never had a drink all weekend. It was a choice I made willingly. Yep. Rebecca Altig, is Proctor the least credible witness you have ever? No. I have had worse witnesses. The thing is, cops tend to be better at trying to cover their BS. I have had witnesses who were god awful. I've had some truly awful witnesses who were obviously lying. And so in one trial, the prosecution went through went through their version of they had the witness testify. And then my cross-examination was just to go, could you tell the story again? And they did, and it didn't match the first time. And then I went, can we just take this back to the beginning? And could you tell the story again? And he did, and it didn't match the first time. And so I was like, and let's go back to the beginning. And the prosecution stands up and is like, objection, like, this is getting repetitive. And the judge said something along the lines of, the questions are repetitive, but I think he's entitled to continue asking until the answers become repetitive. At which point the prosecution realized that they didn't have a case, so they dropped it. That was pretty bad. Bruce West, check out Turtle Boy's interview with Yannetti after court today. He tells why defense got so mad on redirect. Yes, I did actually see that. I'm not going to play it on this channel because I don't want to get a strike or anything like that. I don't know if Turtle Boy would be inclined to, but I don't know. Kayla, the only thing proven, they failed the victim. Yes. Nan R, so many suspects, no one elected anyone else. Yes. We're just going to run through we got like 4 more. Good morning from the UK. First time at a live. Yes, thank you. Good to see you. I figured that this would be good for the European crowd. Sonia, thank you for the YouTube membership. Rich Lawson, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Greg, Jackson should have doubled down with my emotions got the best of me. Would have been too cute, I think. Any chance of prosecuting the real culprit, in your opinion? No. If it's not Karen Reed, they're never going to. That's going to be it. So they're not going to go any further. By the way, what he says is, yeah, I was at the school. I was meeting the plow guy. Nobody ever came out to tell us we couldn't be there. None of that ever happened. So that was a lie. Yeah. That's basically the long and short of it. And he's like, yeah, I'm totally entitled to meet with witnesses. That's fine. All right, so let's watch how the judge deals with this. Yeah, and for the people wondering who Turtle Boy is, I believe this is him right there on the left in the media section. He's been covering this since the beginning. He's a bit controversial. He's facing charges of his own, which the charges of his own are probably bullshit. But yeah, that's about it. People keep saying, watch, Turtle Boy's coverage, and I don't have time. So you're free to watch him or not watch him as you see fit. So this particular stream I can't monetize because of all the C words in it. All the C words. Okay, come on. You're back from sidebar. Get up there and talk. Oh, they're bringing the jury back in. There's parallels, although Tug never got charged with anything. No, the next Tuesday, C word.
Thank you. You may be seated. Close back in session.
Witness 2, please. Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
Yeah. Once again, the jury doesn't actually forget that shit. Yeah. So, this Danish doll, it's definitely a compliment. Zero fussing or crying or fussing during your streams. He just watches and laughs when you rant. It's adorable. My heart. My heart. Yannetti is like, that's a big mad face. He's got the big mad face, and it's appropriate that he's got the big mad face. So yeah, I'm just like, I am just astounded that they got that as far as they did. So what else does he do? He basically goes through all of, here's why I think she did it. I'm going to skip over that because it's kind of repetitive and because it's super late. So we're going to go to recross. Somebody says they need to go for Lolly's law license. They won't. And yes, Yannetti said that Proctor lied about him being asked to leave the school and he was there for those reasons. Yep, I mentioned that.
That your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car, gave you license to call her a cunt.
Objection.
If you're wondering why the stream is not monetized, that's this.
Based on the evidence, sir, through my motion.
Now I feel bad that the Danish doll's kid is hearing all of this. I hope that please don't learn any first words off of this. Don't learn any first words off of this.
It got the best of me, so it was in poor taste. Yes, it was important. It was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my emotions had gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. You gave you license to call her that too.
Yes.
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked. Right?
God, I hope there's no first
That's
words
what I wrote.
here.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Yeah.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an
It is
agenda
disgusting.
from moment one. Did you not?
Objection.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time. So the fact
that was funny.
you believed personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes.
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
But Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives
She's
that
making the face.
gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
Objection. Sustained.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else?
Thank you.
All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. That was your mic drop, wasn't it? She is kind of crapping on his mic drop, and fair, right? That is fair for her to do because it was kind of objectionable to point out it's like the fox guarding the hen house. So, yeah, and Celine points out, now that is an actual figure of speech. Yep. So is, for instance, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, Trooper Proctor. That's a figure of speech. Nobody thinks it refers to actual doors or actual asses. Elizabeth Vinas, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This behavior, and you've never been told off regarding running your mouth or anything else. Okay, tells me so much about your department. He does eventually get chewed out. Rob Smith, I think all of these pauses before answering is why they can't actually have a conversation in 23 seconds. So there's one more officer. We're going to speak about him real quickly. This is Mr. Tully, Brian Tully. He also, in his spare time, moonlights as, Humpty Dumpty with the egg-shaped head. What is he brought in to say? He's brought in to say that he disapproves of Proctor's stuff and, choose him out and whatever else. That he says basically we found all the plastic. He says we did a good investigation. That's sort of where he is. I will cover him in a little bit more detail a time when it's not 1:20 a.m. because it is 1:20 a.m. and I should get some sleep. Shiraz says some lawyers saying that Jackson and Yannetti need to get their clients' facial expressions under control because the jury won't like it. Your thoughts? I agree to a certain extent. I mean, the problem is you can't have your facial expressions under perfect control all the time. It just doesn't work, right? You're gonna be under the microscope for weeks and weeks and weeks, right? So that's kind of a problem, right? Eventually the mask slips no matter what you do. But I don't know. In this case, the jury might already be thinking it as well. So if the jury's already thinking that Proctor is a piece of crap, they're not going to mind her making expressions about that. But I don't know. I generally try to tell my clients to have a poker face. And generally, I have a sheet of paper that I'll have something like poker face on. And I just tap the paper every once in a while with clients who have problems with it. I had one client where I literally brought in a playing card. And so the playing card was on the table. And I tapped the playing card to remind him that he needs to have his poker face on. It worked. He had some FASD, so it kind of was a fun game for him. So, yeah. All right. I need to go take a short rest. I saw somebody saying, Elf, go meditate. Yeah, I need to go. Elves need like 4 hours at least. So that's what I'm going to go do. We are going to be at this again tomorrow. We're going to see tomorrow. I'm going to do another recap. I might be a little tired tomorrow because not getting the sleep I would like to get, but c'est la vie. All right, I'm going to hit the wrap up button and I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night.